budget to fund the renovation. And that will be the recommendation as well. Thank you.
Any questions, administration? Start to my left. Have any questions, Councillor DuPont? No. Councillor Kennett?
Yeah, thank you. So this amendment request, it's actually not just the atrium, it's the other stuff that was found due to doing the renovation.
Correct. It includes the HVAC and the heat pump improvements.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Ramsey?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm just looking for some clarity on the amendment as it says firm expense expectation of 325, but the budget amendment is taking us to 347. So and both numbers were in the report, so I was just kind of curious which one it was.
And thank you through the mayor to Councillor Ramsey. Yeah, that blame the writer. There's 22,000 that's for furniture, so it's 325 for construction and 22,000 for furniture, to add up to 347.
Okay.
And so I did get my financial analyst did say that I had a mistake in my PowerPoint and I didn't fix it yesterday.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Just a couple of questions. I do think the renovation looks great, by the way. So what percentage of completeness are we at? Like, how much more to go?
Through Mayor Wood to Member Moore, almost like 95%, 96%. We're literally just waiting for a meeting room table. And I looked this morning and the TV is in and the screen is in. I don't know if it's hooked up yet, but we're almost at completion. So I'm hoping for one of the last meetings of council, or GPC will give a full tour of the entire room and all the tech and everything that's in it.
Thank you. And just, I have a couple of questions. So, you know, the money's already been spent, so this is after the fact. So I'm interested in why it wasn't brought to us sooner, that it was going over budget.
Through the mayor to Member Moore, we were going to use up to 90,000 of contingency from the CAO's approval, and we were going to reallocate monies from our operating towards the project, and so we probably should have did it sooner, but at the same time we thought we could do it within the CAO's powers and approval authority. It just at this point with the heat pump situation, we're a little concerned, and that's why I'm bringing it forward today.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. And my final question is: was a change order involved because it was over 100,000? Would that have been required in this situation?
Through the mayor to Member Moore, this is one where our building maintenance foreman hires a prime contractor, and then there's multiple small contractors. So we had to approve, the change order itself was approved by the CAO, but then it was all the extra costs that came on and as a result of the demolition that we got into an overrun. And
was the change order over 100,000, or did it just get bigger as you found the issues?
No, it was a death by 1,000 cuts. Okay. So it was a number of different items that added up.
Thank you.
Councillor Messier. Councillor Holzman. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move it.
Councillor Holzman.
Yes, thank you for the report, and I do have to say the HVAC in here has always had swings, so that's a big part of the issue too. I'm sure that once you got in there, you found other issues. So I would move that we approve an allocation of $132,654 from the county's contingency budget to fund the county center atrium renovation project.
Good discussion, Councillor DuPont.
No, I don't have. I understand what happened in the process, and there was a plan. And I do know there's been problems in this room on its own, so I do understand why it's now coming to council and the way it kind of went. So, yeah, I can support it right now.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember just last week we were baking pretty hard in here because the heat pump went down, and today it's actually a decent temperature. So, you know, things fail. It wasn't like it was something that was planned ahead of time that came in higher. It was actual things that needed to be fixed at the time. So I'm going to support this for that reason. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So I'll support the motion. I am disappointed that it didn't come to us as we knew it was going over. And I think we've learnt a lot over the past few months about us being informed and totally understand how renovations can get out of hand. But I'm hoping best practice in the future is to let council know if this is happening. Thank you.
Councillor Master.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm going to take the opposite approach. I'm going to thank staff for bringing this forward. This is more than an atrium upgrade. This is fixing some HVAC for the whole building. And in my mind, I would have kept them separate. Let your CIO spend his up to $90,000 or whatever to finish the atrium, and the operation maintenance budget take care of the HVAC of the rest of the building. But no, administration took the opposite route and said it's over an extra $100,000. Let's go in front of council like our policy says. So I certainly appreciate administration following the policies that we have in place with that $100,000 number. So I'll certainly support it, and I thank them for the transparency.
Councillor Holzman. You made the motion. Sounds like everybody's in favor. And I truly, I watched this as it's being constructed. Man, I've done enough construction projects to realize that little bit, and you can be over. But I'll tell you what, the end product is great, and I want to thank administration for being here today and bringing this forward. I definitely feel we follow policy, and I just want to ensure we get this done. I'm looking forward. I'll never be in that particular one, but I tell you what, this is a real improvement to Red Deer County to actually be able to have this project being complete. And I'm taking a look at for council to have their own place to sit and work, and a new mayor's office. And you know what? My old office will be no doubt used by an important member of staff to be able to do their work. So thank you. All those in favor? That's everybody. Carried unanimously. Continuing on to item number 5.2, budget variance. Mr. Graves, how are you this morning?
I am good.
Good to see you.
Thank you. So today I'll be talking about the June 30th variance. So the purpose is to request council's acceptance for information, the 2025 budget variance report as of June 30th, 2025. So submitted to council was the budget variance report package, which represents the first half of the year. The report included the budget variance, which detailed the operating variance, and then the capital plan variance, which reflects all approved budget amendments as of the end of June. For your comparison, the percent of budget achieved appears in the far right column of the variance report. As of June 30th, we were not utilizing any of our $55 million line of credit. We had made our June debenture payments towards our investments in land development, bridges, and paving programs. At this time of year, much of our activity and invoicing has begun. Many areas are reporting slightly below budget expectations, including receipts of revenue. Invoices for current months often come the following month, contributing to a lower percentage. So because the variance report is quite detailed, our financial analyst takes great pride in giving good notes for the variance. I'll just kind of give a summarized version of some of the highlights in the operating revenue. So municipal taxes, it looks like We have more than we should, but that has to do with requisitions that we have. So we have $2.1 million in school requisitions still to be paid. And then we have $1.7 million in policing requisitions still to be paid. And that makes up that $3.9 million variance on the net tax. Continuing on, fines are on track. Government cost recoveries. So this has to do with the Junction 42 roundabout. So we are building that on behalf of the province, and it's their asset. So it's captured in operating. So as we complete the project, we would bill the province monthly for the progress that's being made on that. Government transfers, that's operating grants. Those will come in. That's just a timing issue on that amount. Interest income, that's another one where we've leaned on. We'll be getting interest income on our bank account and then also on our investments, and those get accrued at the end of the year. Land sales for development, we're anticipating $400,000 in sale by the end of the year. Licensing and permits trending above. Penalties and file notifications. So we've just issued our March penalties for taxes, and so July and November we would also issue taxes, so that'll get back on track. Sales and user charges are on track. Utilities services revenues are on track. Waste management services, they're lagging a bit. We're projecting to be about 8% low by the end of the year on the land management revenues. Franchise fees are on track. And then we have some gain on sale of assets. So that was a sale of a parcel of land and a couple of patrol vehicles. So operating revenue is looking like it's on track at this point in the year. So looking at the operating expenses, community services, they're trending low at 25%. The main reason for that is our rec agreements are paid in July, and that's valued at $2.5 million. So those were paid, and so that puts them back on track. Corporate services is on track at this point in the year. General governance as well. Operating our operation services. So there's a little bit of timing here with the beginning of summer programs and the maintenance coming on. And then also we did experience a slightly favorable winter at the first half of the year, so that contributed a little bit there too. Planning and development, they look like they're under. A lot of that has to do again with that Junction 42 roundabout. So this is the offset of that revenue we just talked about. So as we build that Junction 42 roundabout, you'll see the expenses come in here and that'll get them caught up. Protective services is on track. Bad debt, so that's something that we do in the fall. So that'll come near the end of the year. And then contingency, at June 30th, we hadn't spent any, but obviously the previous report, $132,000 of the contingency would be used. So operating expenses are on track right now. Moving over to capital. Government transfers, so that's grant funding. That's something that we get the majority of our capital funding over the summer and in the fall. And then other ones are done as we experience the expense, we bill and get those paid. So that one will get caught up by the end of the year. Offsite levies are on track. Cost recoveries, so the contributors to the cost recoveries is, the biggest one is Airport Drive. So our agreement with the regional airport. And so just the timing of that project, we bill them monthly as we go. So that project just hadn't taken off quite yet in June. And then the other one is we have $5 million worth of work for the government of Alberta. So that's Leva Ave roundabout, and then also the rest area at Junction 42. So expenditures at 17%, that's really just a lag in our capital programs getting started. So we see a lot more expenses throughout the summer and especially in the fall as construction wraps up and we get our progress claims. Just below the change in fund balance is how we fund the capital program, and a lot of these come at the end of the year as we know what our actuals are, and then they get funded by reserves. Debt proceeds, council did approve the borrowing bylaw. We should receive that $5 million for paving at the end of October. And then also you can see the debt payments. You can see the debt payments in more detail just at the very bottom in the memo section. The land development, bridge program, and paving debt payments to date. And then the other thing we have in the memo section is just our gravel inventory costs. So those are on track right now, and they get going a little bit more in the summer and in the fall as well. So with the noted exceptions, the June 30th, 2025 budget variance is reported as expected, and administration is confident that all is on track. Communication plan is part of the agenda. This report has been shared online and the public can watch the video stream live. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Alternatives are to accept the June 30th, 2025 budget variance report as information, request further information, deny administration's recommendation. And today we're recommending that council accept the 2025 budget variance report as of June 30th, 2025 as information. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. It's very clear. Are there any questions? Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you. You said the debenture you're going to be the $5 million for paving you're going to be receiving in October. Is that when the interest rate is set on it too, when you receive it, or is it set earlier when you apply for it?
Through the assistant CEO to mayor and council. Yeah, it's in September. Once all the paperwork goes through, then we'll get that interest rate set. And then, so we know about a month before what the interest rate is, and then we actually get the funds funded to us at I think it's the last business day or near the last business day of October that we get the funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Councillor Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. With the note in there about moving to operating leases for some of the vehicles, I'm just curious if you can elaborate on that, and so that takes that out of the capital budget, and does that become an operating item then?
Mr. Graves?
Through the assistant CEO to mayor and council, that's correct. So we've gone down the path of looking at leasing vehicles instead of owning them, and so they're operating leases. So we'll see a similar type of expense in operating and a higher expense in operating and a lower expense in capital. And then when the next budget cycle comes through, we'll see that change where we're going to look at doing operating leases for some of the vehicles, and then also be a component of capital for some of the fleet.
Okay, and I don't know if this is off topic a bit, but would there be challenges with like kilometer limits and stuff with the leasing agreements? If that's for discussion, yeah.
We are deviating,
No,
but
no.
if it's a quick answer, we'll take it.
No, that's a good question through the mayor to Councillor Ramsey. I think the intent is our goal after 5 years is to save, in that $400,000 range. So we're talking big bucks. There's a number of things. So we've identified 4 vehicles that are high milers. And so those vehicles will get rotated out in 2-year rotations. The other vehicles will be rotated every 5 years. As well, what we're doing is we're having a look at our fleet. CEO Herzberg just, I guess yesterday, approved that I'll be looking after the rationalization of the fleet. So our goal right now, we have 60 vehicles. I'd love to get the number down to 50. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to try to have less assigned vehicles to people and more fleet vehicles. So a good example is Manager Kellum and a few others are going to be basically sharing vehicles. Right now they all have a vehicle and it sits there a lot of the time. So we're trying to rationalize that, but we haven't proceeded along that path. At this point, we've rotated out 20% of our vehicles, being 12. So you see 12 brand new Dodges out there. It could be a Chevys next year. It's based on the RMA bids. So we have no idea what will come. It'll be a Ford, a Chevy, or a Dodge, right? So And then we'll have a few SUVs as well in the fleet. But the intent will be is that we're going to have a rationalization of the fleet. At this point, we're looking at rotating out 20% of our vehicles every year.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thanks for the report. Just have a question on our operating budget. We're already at 86% and we're, in June. When do you anticipate us having to use our, is it line of credit you mentioned? Mr. Draves?
Mr. Graves.
Through the
Pardon me.
assistant CAO to mayor and council. So yeah, the 86% is actually on the operating revenue side. So on the expense side for operating, we're at 36%. As of today, we're still in the black for our line of credit. Well, our bank account, which has a line of credit. And so we're anticipating that near October, we would be getting closer to potentially using it, but we're hoping with those debt proceeds that I talked about, those coming in, that'll help us, and we'll try and get through to the end of the year near zero in the overdraft.
Thank you for that. And my apologies, I was reading the wrong column. Just a question on, our taxation and bad, people not paying taxes. It seemed a bit higher. Like, is it a worry to you?
Through the assistant CAO to mayor and council, always concerned about the oil and gas payments. That one's actually just a little bit better than it was last year. Some of the other ones, we do have people that are on the monthly payment program. And so, we do know those are going to come. Always a question, that people will pay their taxes. But at this point, we're not worried. We're hoping that it'll come through by the end of the year.
I just have a question on the monthly payments. Are we seeing more and more people doing that, Mr. Graves? And what percentage of our residents, would you know, actually do the monthly payments?
Through the assistant CEO to mayor and council, I don't have those stats.
Okay.
But we definitely encourage it. It's something that I think helps residents, but also really helps the county with the cash flow when we get that monthly payment in each month. So we always try and encourage it as much as we can.
Thank you.
Councillor Massier. Councillor Holzman.
Two questions, and sort of some of them have been answered. I guess my first question is on that net taxation piece. If I take a look at that, for what you said, it was 19.2 million outstanding as of June 30th, and 17.1 was last year. So given those numbers, they're pretty close to where we were at. Even the oil and gas outstanding is pretty much bang on, so we haven't seen much movement in the oil and gas side, have we?
Mr. Graves.
Through the assistant CEO to mayor and council. So when you look at that municipal tax line, we assume that we're going to collect all our taxes in that line. So it'll show 100% of our revenue. But the notes that are put in for the taxation, just showing the outstanding, that's just some additional information for council to understand like where we're at in the collection process. And, our levies did go, overall, the taxes we're collecting did go up, so we would expect to have a little bit more outstanding. So I think we're mostly in line. And then, like I said, if more people are on that payment plan, monthly payment plan, we could see that they're just going to pay each month till the end of the year, and then we'll get caught up. So at this point in time, we're not concerned with where we're at with tax collection.
That's what I hope to hear. And then the other question was going to be on the fleet question as well. Will we be tracking maintenance costs? Because in another life, I was a fleet manager, so I think this is a good movement for us as county. But will we also be tracking the expenditure side for maintenance? Because I think you'll see a big change there.
Mr. Dietrich.
Yeah, through this mayor to Councillor Holzman. That's one of the biggest reasons why we're going to the RMA program. It'll be enterprise. Going to be managing it, and literally we'll have apps. We'll know which vehicles are causing grief. We have the opportunity to move vehicles out if they're lemons. it should be really good. And I think part of what we're also doing is we'll be able to track a vehicle when the actual use is. So the ag department uses heavy in the summer. Can they share with maybe assessment that maybe does theirs? Maybe the assessment can do their work, in the late fall, and stuff like that. So enterprise, that's where all our savings will be, is on the maintenance right now. And that's the sweet spot is the 5 years. And that's when we'll get our best value for selling the vehicles. It's kind of like a lease to own program with the RMA. That's the best way I can describe it to you, is that we do get value for when a vehicle sells. And because we're a county, vehicles tend to do very good at auction, and they're not heavy use. We don't beat them up. They're driving on a lot of pavement, a lot of good county roads. So we're really excited. The counties that are participating, like Lethbridge's and the Camrose and a few others, have seen savings through the fleet management, through maintenance.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Councillor DePalm? Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, sorry, my computer isn't working. So I can move that council accept the 2025 budget variance report as of June 30th, 2025 as information.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Continuing on to item number 5.3 in our agenda. This is going to be the 2025 gravel supply contract. And how are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, it's good to see you. Is it, I can't keep track of everybody. Is it still Miss Potters?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a long time, and I'll tell you, you never know anymore. So it's great. It's great to see you.
Thank you, you as well. This is to seek council's approval of the adjusted value of the 2025 gravel supply contract. As part of the regravel program, Redrick County uses over 160,000 ton of 3/4 crushed gravel material annually. This is achieved through the use of both county-owned and purchased material. An RFQ for the 2025 gravel supply was advertised publicly on November 25th, 2024 on the Alberta Purchasing Connection website and closed at 2 p.m. local time on December 20th, 2024. The county recently engaged a third-party consultant as well to conduct an algorithm-based analysis on our regravel program. This optimization tool was built to calculate the optimal pit areas from which to draw material based on many factors such as unit price, fuel rates, and haul distance. And you can see in the map there the parameters of those different pit areas. For example, the orange would be the Zimmerman pit. And so all roads within those pit areas are the ones that would draw material from that particular pit. The optimization tool proposed purchasing estimated volumes from the Palcott, Parsonage, and McCain pits. All three of these gravel pits are owned by Howells Excavating Limited. The combined value of material from all three pits initially amounted to 64,500 tons, valued at $998,050. The purchase was completed using the competitive public tendering process, and in the spring of 2025 was approved under the signing authority of the Chief Administrative Officer. On August 7th, the last day of the big regravel program, in the final half hour, the county ran out of pre-purchased material at the McCain pit. In order to complete the last road of the program, a field decision was made to supplement the shortfall from Howell's own inventory. The value of this additional material amounts to $3,378. However, a change order in this amount was discovered to be enough to increase the value of the gravel supply contract to roughly $1,001,428. This is being shared with council because Red Deer County's purchasing policy 2.007 states that for goods and services over $1 million, they must receive approval from the county manager to proceed with a public tender request, and contract award must be approved by council. Supplementing with the additional material from the McCain pit was the most efficient decision, resulting in no downtime and no additional haul costs. The added volume provided by Howells was honored at the same unit rate as per their contract, and this change order will not impact the budget, and the program is still tracking to come in at or under the approved budget of a little over $5 million. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video live stream through recorded videos, and direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. The alternatives are to approve the change order valued at $3,378, thus increasing the value of the 2025 gravel supply contract to $1,001,428, not including GSD, or provide other direction. And our recommendation is that council approve the change order valued at $3,378, increasing the value of the gravel supply contract. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? I'll move down one each time. Councillor Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. And so for the tonnage, the gravel company has to provide proof that that is accurate to the county.
Ms. Patterson?
Through the Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, yes, that's correct. So the loader has basically a scale that's built in, and they provide the loader tape and all the haul carts, as well as we have they're called master checkers. They're a staff that's on site, and they track every single truck that applies road to or gravel to the road.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Moore? Councillor Massier?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just done this one under contingency? I mean, I get it. We're at $1 million. We went over by not even 1%, I don't think. 0.1%. Could have we not just done a contingency for that last load instead of going through the changing $1 million contract? It's too late to say yes and no to those types of things. I don't think this question's, it's probably for Mr. CAO.
Mr. Dietrich has his light on.
Mr. Mayor, please.
Oh, thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Massey. Yeah, prior to the forensic audit, I would have said, yeah, we could have used another contract means to do that or something. But at the same token, your forensic auditors had a problem with some of how we split contracts. We would change the values and like. We're trying to be transparent. Manager Patterson put it to my attention, and this is the means that I'm bringing it to council. We're trying to be transparent. We had a problem. Now, it is a good discussion point for council. We could have not put gravel on the road, but I think the right decision is to put gravel on the road. We're bringing it to your attention that we did go over. We cut that $1 million contract a little fine. Maybe we should next time try to buy $990,000 or something like that. But Ms. Patterson, as soon as she was aware of it, brought it to my attention, and we're bringing it to council's attention at the very next meeting.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, I appreciate that. It's just in all other contracts, we usually have that little buffer, which we call contingency. And I don't know if these types of contracts have that ability to carry that contingency.
Ms. Patterson.
Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, this particular contract didn't hold contingency. It just has an upper limit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Holzman.
That was going to be my question about contingency, because it would have gone out as a tender for that amount period, correct? And it wouldn't have had any contingency. Otherwise, it would have been out on the tender with contingency.
It goes out as a request for people's unit prices and the locations of their pits, and then we agree upon a volume to purchase from them at the unit rate. And then there's no contingency added on to that agreement. And so any changes in the volume have to be done through a change order. And the irony is it's difficult to guess to the ton how much we're going to use from every pit. So while this pit we ran out and we needed a little bit supplemented, we had an extra surplus of material that was at the Parsonage pit. But in all fairness, the contract itself went over $1 million, but our use for this year didn't go over $1 million for purchased material. And that's where it kind of gets gray and confusing.
That's my point, because actually the change order will have, the regravel program is actually intended to come in under the approved budget, correct?
So the regravel program is a larger budget than the gravel supply contract. It includes the loading and hauling and the material and our own staff. And so that is tracking. So we're not requesting any budget amendment.
Any questions, Councillor DePalma? Go ahead.
Lots of my questions have been answered, and I guess just going forward, is there a possibility of putting a contingency on these type of things just for this instance in this? I understand completely what happened, and I totally get it. So yeah, I guess that's my question. Can that be something that is put in going forward for in case? I mean, it's not that much, right? So, and I'm assuming just a little more was put on where it was needed, right?
So through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, this isn't a matter of going over a budget. It's a approval threshold, and so there's no contingency on approval thresholds.
Oh, okay.
The policy says anything over $1 million has to go to council. So there is no contingency to draw from.
Okay, no, I totally get it. I just was questioning. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion now. Oh, I haven't said, sorry, I forgot where I started. My mistake. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. The one question I have, from the report, it said that the Howells contractor, he ordered it without, did he order it before talking to anyone, or just to finish it? Or I'm just a little unclear on that. It sounds like he just did it to get it done, sort of thing, and didn't know the implications. Is that?
Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, I was prepared for that question. So our regravel program is done through the gravel loading and hauling contract, and that's an independent contract. And as part of that, they supply a couple foremen. One of them is the trucking foreman, the project foreman, and he would direct the gravel trucks and the water truck. And then there's the loading foreman who takes care of the loading and scaling. I didn't ask specifically who's the one that made the call, but I'm anticipating a discussion was had between the two of them over the radio. Hey, we ran out of material. The Red Deer County pile is down. We have material that we crushed for ourselves that meet the same spec. It was the last kilometer of road. They probably thought they were doing a favor. Oh, we'll just supplement with our own material and we'll just let the owner know. So when I got the call from the owner, we supplemented your program. I was like, oh, well, that was nice of you. And then it dawned on me, oh, wait, this volume, I wonder how much that will impact. And I did the calculation when I got back to the office, and sure enough, it had gone over. So these field decisions would have been in his authority to be making in the field, and he wouldn't be privy to the combined value of all three pit purchases. He wouldn't know that. And he also wouldn't know about an internal $1 million threshold where it has to come to council. So there was good intentions, obviously. They just wanted to get the road done, and they did. And we're happy with this year's program.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, I've heard good comments about the drivers this year too. They were very courteous and whatnot. So yeah, that makes sense. We just need a little bit more and get it done, and they aren't privy to the rest, as you say. So yeah, thank you very much for that explanation.
Okay, I started with you, Councillor Ramsey. If you can make the motion, or I'll pass it to the next person.
I can make a motion. I would move that council approved the change order valued at $3,378, increasing the value of the 2025 gravel supply contract to $1,001,428, not including GST.
Thank you. For the discussion, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I definitely support this motion. And I know exactly, thank you for explaining, Ms. Patterson, exactly what happened. But I do think there's value in this coming forward today and us demonstrating compliance of policy and total transparency, because that's important. And this is a good exercise, and I like what I see. Thank you.
Councillor Master. Councillor Holzman.
Thank you. I totally support it, and I understand they're out in the field. They have to get the road done, and nobody, you know, it's a minimal amount, but it does make me happy that it's come forward today, and I agree that at least we know about it, and we're keeping on track. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Councillor DePomp.
Yeah, I'll completely support it. I like the fact that it came forward so that we do know, and, you know, others have already commented on it. So, you know, that we are in the know and we know what's going on and why it happened and things like that. So I appreciate it coming forward. Thanks.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, I'm going to support it. I thank you for bringing the report forward, because really that's why we have limits and whatnot. And it wasn't intentional. It was to get a project done, and it makes sense how it was done and everything else. So, but it is important that we do follow the policy, and so bringing it forward with a report is, in my mind, the best way to do this. Thank you.
Okay, everyone's had a turn. I'll take mine. Thank you very much. You know what? To be able to, in fact, come within that close on millions of dollars worth of budget, to become within, really, it's only a couple thousand that you really were over, right, in the long run. So I think that's a pretty good estimator. I don't know who does that, but what I would say is thanks for coming forward. And I think the key thing is that, you know, these are the kind of things that if we had a procurement audit that would become, and then it would be not shown, and then all of a sudden people wonder, well, that's what Red Deer County's doing, right? And I'll tell you what, that's not where we want to be, because sometimes, you know, these things, there was nothing sinister about this. You got the job done, but it didn't meet a policy, right? So thanks for coming forward. I'm really happy with you, and I'm happy with what our organization is able to do. And let's just keep these things out of any more future audits. But this is how we handle it, because the public's mind goes every direction when you hear you might have been over somehow, and figure out how it happened. So hey, it's all in the up and up. Thanks. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Hey, we're going on the next one. 5-4 tax arrears cancellation request. Mr. Dietrich.
The next two will be mine. Mr. Graves is extremely busy, and so I'm going to be doing cleanup here. Before I start, I just want to recognize that we have the owner of Blue Star Energy in the audience today, Tyler Vischer. He's a resident of Red Deer County, I believe in Councillor Kennett's division, and he's a small businessman. And so when you hear an oil company, sometimes you think the big bad thing that's based out of Calgary. Well, no, this is a Red Deer County business and a Red Deer County resident. So we're here today to request council the 2024 and 25 taxes on roll with Blue Star Energy, paying one half on condition that Blue Star Energy pays one half of the 25 levy plus a prepayment of the anticipated 2026 tax levy. We have a couple of rolls here, and basically it's council's prerogative to if it considers that it's necessary or in the best interest of the county, you can cancel or reduce tax arrears. As mentioned, Blue Star Energy is a small oil and gas operator out of Red Deer County. Blue Star is current with their taxes on all properties in the county, so they're up to date. They're purchasing a well, and I know Sam will be a little upset I'm naming them, and I don't care. Cycle Oil and Gas. There are two roles on this site. One is, I call it the designated industrial property, the DIP, and the other is the M&E. And so we have about $260,000 worth of assessment. There's $51,000 owing on the two roles here. So cool. So the next thing, the well was drilled, and we've never gotten a cent in taxes on it, ever. So we've had 3 successive owners that have never paid taxes, and sadly, and Tyler knows this, he could buy this well and not pay taxes too, right? Like, that's the crazy thing about the world we live in Alberta. He's made good, and he actually went out, I believe, a month ago, and you have if you have questions of him, you can most certainly bring them up. But he actually went out to the landowner, and he's in the wells in Councillor Holzman's division, and he actually made a payment to the owner. That the owner hadn't been getting paid for years. Never. Yeah, same as us. So he made a payment, and that owner feels pretty darn good, and so we're bringing it forward here. So we're talking not big bucks, but again, I call it the principle. We want to get a bad operator off our books and put a new operator on. And so that said, Blue Star is looking to pay a little over $5,000 to us this year, which is pretty awesome. So the financial implications, we'll receive the $5,600 immediately, and we'll transfer that well to an owner in good standing. Right off the $51,000, we have, as you've heard from Mr. Graves, we're anticipating only writing off about $750,000. We're in court with one company by the initials AB, so we're hoping to get maybe 10 cents on the dollar on that one. But so we're hoping to get someone in good standing and bring him into the fold. And so our recommendation is that we cancel the taxes on these rolls on condition that they prepay with the 26 and pay half of the 25 levy, or you can just deny the recommendation. We're recommending we cancel the taxes and on prepayment.
Thank you for the report. Starting with questions with Councillor Moore. Councillor Messer.
Yeah, just for a little clarity, and I think I got it, but I'll ask the question. The $50,000 in back taxes, that's from the last 10 years, I take it. And it just stuck with the properties, and it's just accumulating. And I take it now Blue Star's owned the facility for the last couple of years and wants to, so maybe that's where I'm confused. He hasn't owned it for the 10 years.
He's literally in the purchase of buying it.
Okay.
Sorry, through the mayor to Councillor Massey. It was an old Synovus lease site that was, I think it went from Redwater to somebody else. We did have a little bit of a write-off when Redwater dissolved. There was a court order, and when there's court orders, the judges don't care about municipalities, so we just write off 100% of the taxes. But so yeah, basically we've had compounding. Mm-hmm. And when you look at a well like this, there's probably not a ton of profit. There's a little profit, but I can't, in my good conscience, I can't make someone pay for the bad deeds of 3 other companies before them. So that's why it's here today.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. That gives me great clarity. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Councillor Holzman? Any questions, Councillor DePalm? No. Kennett? Ramsey? Okay, way I've been doing it, Councillor, I've been going around, but you can do it if you want. Oh, it's your area. It's your area. Okay, fair enough. It's your area. I'll make them.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. And before I make the motion, I want to say thank you for being an honest landowner and well owner and coming forward with this. I think that just shows pride in your work and your company, and I'm very happy that the ratepayer in my area got a paycheck, so thank you for that, Tyler. I would move that we cancel the tax arrears on the tax rolls 2013-92325 and 2023-37209 on condition that Blue Star Energy Inc. pays 1/2 of the 2025 levy plus prepayment of the anticipated 2026 tax levy. Thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would definitely support Councillor Holzman's motion, and I want to thank Tyler, Blue Star Energy, for coming today. You've made something right that was a really bad situation, so good on you and all the best.
Councillor Master.
Yeah, I'll also say it, and I'm glad we're online, and I'm glad we're Zooming, and I'm glad you can show the rest of the oil companies that it is possible to make these wells pay. And if that was a barrier to make this a feasible well because of the accumulated debt, well, then maybe you've just set the bar that we can get some of these other past wrongs corrected. So I appreciate your new business plan on how to take over these non-functioning wells and turn them into a successful business for yourself, the landowner, and the municipality. So fully going to support this motion.
Councillor DuPont.
Yeah, I'll definitely support this. I do think this is great. I do feel that, you know, a lot of our smaller oil and gas companies get punished for the bigger guys that don't pay their taxes. You know, we do have a few of the smaller companies in Red Deer County that are doing a great job and do pay their taxes. So I have no problem helping out with this and doing this to, you know, promote and build a good reputation between the oil and gas industry and Red Deer County going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, this is, I think this is a good thing. And the reason I think it's good is because we're going to be getting a business owner that's not only local, but showing the initiative and showing that he's not going to do things the way they were done before. And that's really great to see. And quite frankly, it would be difficult to make him responsible for others' misdeeds from 10 years past. Like, so this, you know, clean slate, he's showing initiative, showing that something can be done with these wells. And yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Yeah, Mayor Wood, I certainly agree. You know, normally I would not be in favor of canceling tax arrears for the oil companies, but given the rationale behind this situation and what's really happening here with a new company taking over that is committed to paying their taxes, it certainly makes sense. And as was stated, we can't saddle him with the previous debts on the site. So this completely makes sense and fully supportive, and wish him the best.
I haven't spoke yet. I'm definitely in favor. I don't like canceling taxes either. I don't think anybody does. But I'll tell you what, there's sometimes we just wouldn't get taxes. I mean, this company could have went broke and bankrupt, and this company could have waited and bought it later, I'm sure, and we'd have got nothing. I do like the fact there's a plan, and you know what I really liked? This guy got out and he paid the farmer. It shows that he's a community person, and I'll tell you what, the other thing is that this guy's he's not behind on his taxes. Here's a company that is paying his taxes year to year. And so I look at this as job growth, job creation, and take some of them old wells and let's see what we can do and continue to bring taxes in for the future. So I just want to congratulate you, sir, on your business plan and been able to work with our administration. I want to say thank you to our administration because, hang on, someone had to figure out the plan. And so, Councillor Holzman, would you like to close? No? I'm good. You're good? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All the best, sir.
Thank you.
I have a request for a break. We'll take a break. Come back in 10 minutes. That'll be at 10:38. Come back. So we were next item, 5.5, another tax cancellation. Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you, Mayor Wooden. I do apologize for taking a couple small matters to council, but in the case of this instance, it's important to the ratepayer, and so I'm bringing it forward to you for consideration and decision. So the purpose of this report is to request that council cancel the 24 and 25 taxes on Rule 448-121-000. So Gunhild Palulis has requested that we cancel the tax arrears on this roll. As in the previous one, Section 347 says that council, that's your authority and right. Now, this is one where the parcel was reassessed and recently assessed in 2023, so it wasn't subject to taxation. However, most of the property in this case lies within Lacombe County, but we have literally a 200 square foot piece of land adjacent to the Red Deer River. Now, the landowner has expressed concerns about the parcel's current existence and accessibility, and noting that it's this location, small size, it's probably eroded away or it's really unusable. And you can tell from their photos it's probably mostly riverbank. Ms. Palulis is disputing the levy, obviously based on lack of prior tax bills and practical inaccessibility of the land. If it remains unresolved, the feasibility of putting this to auction is just becomes questionable because of its minimal size, and we'd have to coordinate with Lacombe County on the tax notification process. We have not been able to come up with an alternative solution on this. We've looked at a number of things. Ultimately, if Ms. Palulis does a first parcel out subdivision in Lacombe County, we could have that land designated as environmental reserve, and then it would become property of the Red Deer County. So that's one long-term solution, but short-term not. That's it. I'm good now. So we're talking $65, and we just want you to know that it's the smallest severed parcel that we have in the county, but we are about 20 others in similar situations. So potentially we could be getting more coming forward. So the alternatives are to cancel the 24 and 25 taxes on this roll or deny the recommendation. And our recommendation is to cancel the 24, 25 taxes. Quite frankly, we spent far more time in administration just talking to her over the years than the $65 that we're talking about today. And we do apologize for the small value of this report.
Okay, questions. Start with Councillor Master.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Couple. You made reference to a map. I would really like to see how this parcel, and my second question, part of that was, does this 200 square feet have separate title, or is it part of a Lacombe property and it just happens to fall under Red Deer County, but it's part of a quarter that's... So those are my two questions. And you made reference to a little map in the edge of a river, and I can't get clarity on a 200 square feet of land that's in Red Deer County, but not... Can I just sell the 200 square feet? I have a separate title, or no, it's part of a bigger quarter, but that happens to be Lacombe County. It sounds like someone needs to redraw a line and make Lacombe County 200 square feet bigger. But if you have a map and can explain that to me, the title and the ownership, because how do you sell 200 square feet if it's attached to 160 acres? And so am I missing something here, Mr. Dietrich?
No, through the mayor to Councillor Massier, I don't believe we'll be able to pull a map up that quick. But what I can tell you, it's by where Joe Brown lives. Okay. That area of Red Deer County is in Division 1. It's the title is entirely a quarter section, but the southern boundary is mostly the Red Deer River. But there's a sliver of land that's Red Deer County on it, and so it's in Red Deer County as well. So we're listed on the title, but it's the primary tax collection authority is Lacombe. So she's getting a tax bill mostly from Lacombe County, but let's say if I put a tax notice on, it goes to Lacombe County. So I put a tax notice on, it goes on to our house and the like. But
So, okay,
I don't know if
The
we
sliver of
necessarily need, it's a sliver. Sorry, it's a sliver of land just on the river.
sliver of land's on our side of the river, but really the core section that it belongs to is the Lacombe County side of the river.
Correct.
Thank you. That gives me the clarity I need. Thank you very much.
Councillor DePalm.
Actually, never mind. That answers my questions.
Councillor Kennett.
So with this, you talked about if it ever did get sold, it would be best to do it as an environmental reserve. Is there something that we could put on the title of it to just so that it's clear?
Right now, yeah, we haven't really, we talked to the surveyor that normally comes from Municipal Planning Commission from Bamoko, and the easiest thing is when we actually had a subdivision, we could actually do it by a descriptive plan, being all that portion of land in Red Deer County south of the river. But yeah, we just haven't found the right solution for that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Blue. It's not that big. She's disputing the blue ones. If you zoom in. Yeah, it's that quarter. Yeah.
No questions. Councillor Moore, would you like to ask a question if you like, and maybe make a, I don't know whose area this is in, but is it yours? Okay. All right, I'll let you make it. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, so that's quite unbelievable, really. So they mentioned lack of prior tax bills. Can you just explain what that is, Mr. Dietrich?
Yeah, through the mayor to member Moore, we had a cleanup of all, I call it river properties and cleanup, and so it was caught on a cleanup along with about 20 others. So before 23, she wasn't ever billed, and then all of a sudden this came up. It's like, and it's one of those ones. It's like, oh gosh, I wish it wouldn't have been caught, because now we have to deal with it, and now we have to spend council time and admin time to process.
And my second question is, because you anticipate a few more of these, is there anything you can do administratively that that saves everybody time and effort? Because, or would that be policy related?
Through the mayor to member Moore, yeah, we're looking at more of a policy related, because I'd rather bring it up like in 5-year increments or something like that. So before it goes to tax notice or tax notification, we'll roll this up, because I don't want to be dealing with this every year. $25 or $35.
Sounds good.
When you're done. Councillor Massier.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. When I first read my report, I said, no, we got a $25 minimum tax at $65. I mean, cut us a check. And I appreciate the map, because, boy, that great big purple area was a significant chunk of land, and what's $25? But when you showed me it's that little blue square, and the landowners are, I'm sorry, but little water out of Dixon Reservoir there, and that land will be gone. So I think this is because we have such powerful GPS and those types of things that the guys with the chain missed it. And so because administration is recommending we dissolve this tax assessment on this little piece of property, I'm going with staff recommendations, Mr. Mayor, which is cancel the taxes on roll 448-121-000. And hopefully that's the only piece on that tax roll. So, yeah.
Any comments? Councillor DePalm.
Yeah, I'll definitely support it. And I guess I do have a question. Going forward, will it be taxed, or it'll be done over?
Through the mayor to Councillor DePalm, I think in the new council we'll be putting forward a policy with a minimum. We haven't worked it out, but I think we're looking to correct it through a policy means with the incoming council.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I definitely support it.
Any comments? Some more. I agree with the policy. It's cost us far too much here to talk about this today. It's talking more, the more I talk, the more it's costing. So all those in favor? That's unanimous. All right, continuing on, item number 5.6, bylaw number 1015/2025.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's great to be back in front of you after my maternity leave.
Good morning.
This is to consider granting first reading to bylaw number 1015/2025 to close 0.095 hectares of road plan 9720448 with the condition of it being consolidated into part of the Northeast 11 3828 West the 4th and set a public hearing date for December 2nd, 2025. The Land Management Department received an application from the landowners of Northeast 11 3828 West the 4th requesting the closure, purchase, and consolidation of a portion of Road Plan 9720448 with their adjacent parcel. The applicants own the two parcels that surround the road bulb at the end of Township Road 381A east of Range Road 282, making them the sole landowners directly affected by the proposed closure. The road bulb was originally constructed to accommodate a proposed multi-lot subdivision, which ultimately did not proceed. Currently, the road bulb functions solely as a private driveway for the applicants. The applicants have noted that the oversized road bulb has led to issues with unauthorized vehicles parking on their front lawn and increased instances of trespassing. Reducing its size is intended to mitigate these concerns. Transportation and Economic Corridors has reviewed the application and offered no objections in principle to the proposed road closure and consolidation with the adjoining property. A reduction in the size of the road bulb will not negatively impact school bus turnaround capabilities or access, as confirmed in writing by the bus company. The operation of the grader will also remain unaffected, as supported by the County Operations Department. An internal referral was circulated to relevant county departments on May 2nd, 2025, requesting any comments or concerns. To date, no concerns have been received by Land Management. This portion of the road bulb will be consolidated into part of the Northeast 11 3828 West the 4th, as shown on tentative plan as Block 3, Lot 4. The applicants have paid the required road closure application fee and will be responsible for all associated survey and land consolidation costs. There are no anticipated financial implications to the county as a result of this proposed road closure and consolidation. Following first reading, this application will be referred to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners for comments and concerns. As part of this process, adjacent landowners will receive letters requesting signed consent in support of the proposed road closure and consolidation with the Northeast 11 3828 West of the 4th. In compliance with Red Deer County Advertisement Bylaw 2018/23, the public hearing will be advertised both online and in the county news. Following the public hearing, the complete road closure package and bylaw will be submitted to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors for approval. Upon receipt of ministerial approval, a report recommending second and third readings will be presented to Council for consideration. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Alternatives A, grant first reading to bylaw number 1015/2025 to close 0.095 hectares of road plan 9720448 with the condition of it being consolidated into part of the Northeast 11 3828 West the 4th and set a public hearing date for December 2nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Or B, refer decision on the application pending further information, or C, deny. Administration recommends that Council grant first reading to bylaw number 1015/2025 and set a public hearing date for December 2nd, 2025. Thank you.
Thanks for the report. Are there any questions? Well, lots of questions. Okay, I'm going to end up with you, Councillor Moore. It's your area, right? Councillor Massier?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the report, and this isn't one of our roads. This was kind of a new road going into a subdivision with the intent of a multi-lot. Multi-lot never occurred, and yet the road was taken for a multi-lot. what if a multi-lot comes back? Well, then would we have the opportunity to put a proper road in again? Or once we give up this land, the opportunity is gone forever? I think I know the answer, but I guess, did you get your question in and all that?
Ms. Miller.
Yeah, through the assistant CAO to members of mayor and council. So with respect to the multi-lot subdivision, this is actually identified within the intermunicipal development plan with the city of Red Deer and Red Deer County. And it is within an existing area structure plan. That existing area structure plan allows for some multi-lot. However, pavement to pavement is required. And any conversations that I've had with landowners, the cost pro forma is very difficult. And then for the majority of this land, we are to limit fragmentation of land until such time as the city of Red Deer can grow to this area. So if they did come in with a multi-lot, they do have some room on the other side to look at the bulb. That conversation has been had with the landowner that would be the reality of it, is the bulb would still be required for turnaround to access other lots. But the reality of a multi-lot at this location is very slim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor DePalm? Councillor Kennett? Councillor Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm just looking for a bit of clarity on process. I heard there's an area structure plan, and that's why I'm assuming we have to do a public hearing on this one. But it's coming as a road closure instead of an area structure plan amendment. So, and our road closures are usually handled through resolutions. So I'm just looking for clarity, I guess, on what we're actually approving and the need for a public hearing.
Ms. Herchuk?
Through the assistant CAO to mayor and council. So road closure is required upon ASB, even through the ASB or such. And this is the road closure bylaw for it.
Okay, so it's not an area structure plan amendment?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
Councillor Moore?
So I haven't seen one of these before. Good report and welcome back. So who was the developer? Was it one of these this landowner?
It would have been just the developer.
Okay, so if this happens, then the landowner gets that extra land?
So it originally formed part of their property at one time. So this road bulb is actually a road plan, county road plan. Okay. So it would have been the developers and taken from them. So ultimately we're returning it back to them.
Oh, fine. Yeah. I'm ready when you are, Menwood.
Go ahead.
So I would move that we grant first reading to bylaw number 1015/2025 and set a public hearing date for December the 2nd, 2025 as per 4.0A. Just a comment, I had the same question really that Councillor Ramsey had about the need for the public hearing, but you explained it, and look forward, well, who knows who'll be here in December. Thank you.
Okay, motion on the floor. Comments? Councillor Messier? Any comments? I just have a question. So this road right away goes back to the original title holder, wherever it is. So I just want to make sure we're not opening a can of worms. Out in my area, roads that cut through corners and the farmers' farms through them now, and would all of these be able to ask for those old unused right-of-ways to come back to their farmland without paying for them, or are we creating a problem? And I just want to make sure we treat everybody fair, because I'll tell you, if that's the case, I might put a couple applications in myself.
Through the assistant CAO to mayor and council, What you're describing, and typically if we use some of our past council presentations and what we brought forward, they were undeveloped road right-of-ways, and that was owned. It was an asset that's always been owned by Red Deer County, and that for whatever the reason, I'm going to use KDARS, for example. That was public, and we had a hearing on that. That was there was another road that went in. So that was a Red Deer County road that essentially was a section of road that KDAR had acquired just to be consolidated back into his parcel. The difference with this one is this road was part of the original subdivision for a multi-lot subdivision. So the developer or the landowner, the original landowner, they were required to put this in. And if you turn, if we need to look at it on page 3 of the photos, you'll see essentially the current landowner, that's her front yard. So they're just trying to make this right. They want to be able to put up a fence to mitigate or the potential use of somebody driving in or coming forward saying, look, we need to do this. They don't have intentions on doing a multi-lot subdivision. And Director Miller has laid it out very clearly that, look, if they're going to, there's so many steps that they're going to have to go through. And if it's deemed at that time that they're going to be required, the next one, please, Jen, if you don't mind, you can see that's the bulb we're talking about. That is grass. That is their front yard. And there's still enough and ample room at the bottom of the bulb that if they do ever require additional land because for whatever reason they do want to, and they seek approval and received approval for a multi-lot, but they still have that room. So essentially what we're saying is, this used to be your land. You basically provided to Red Deer County if the multi-lot was going to be done and completed. It wasn't. So now they're just trying to put it back to what it's currently being used for.
Thank you. No, I agree 100% with what's happening here. I just wanted to make sure that I could see a differentiation between this and other instances. And you've made that clear. Thank you. Councillor Massier.
Further to your statement there, Mr. Mayor, because I've dealt with some too, and I know Red Deer County has approached some of my ratepayers and asked if they would like to purchase that right away. And of course, they're using it. Why would I purchase it? I'm using it anyways. The report does make mention of requesting closure, purchase, and consolidation. And so I was under the impression that they will be purchasing this land from the county. I'm unsure if that's still the case after hearing the last statements. Now, the purchase price might be $1. I don't know, and I don't really care to know, but the report does mention the word purchase. Please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Koopmans. Thank you for have some clarity.
Through Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, you're absolutely right. There is an acquisition, and there will be, and so ownership will be changed from Red Deer County for that small portion of the bulb back to the current owners.
Would you like to, anybody else? I see nobody. You want to close? No? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, continuing on next item, 5.7, bylaw number 1014-2025. Mr. Mulhay, how are you today?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. It's great to see you. Is to consider granting 3 readings to bylaw 1014/2025, bylaw that proposes to adopt the Red Deer County and Village of Delburne Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, or ICF. On January 8th of 2019, County Council adopted the Red Deer County Village and Delburne ICF in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. Section A, subsection 3 of the ICF states that the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee shall review the ICF at least once every 4 years. The ICF committee met on April 23rd of this year to review the ICF. The committee agreed that no new agreements or amendments to the existing agreements are necessary. So, however, it was determined that a number of minor amendments are needed to update the document. So all proposed amendments are included in the red line version of the attached document Schedule A. The red strike-through text indicates that text that will be removed and the red text are to be added. One major amendment worth noting is the conversion of the agreement descriptions in Section D into a table, which was then moved to the appendix, Appendix A. This amendment allows any existing agreements to be amended, or any agreements to be added without requiring a bylaw amendment to the ICF. As part of the agenda of this report has been shared online, direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. Staff recommendations grant all 3 readings to bylaw number 1014/2025 per alternatives 4A. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of administration? Councilor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thanks, Mr. Mohay, for the report. I just have a question on the medical centre. It says that there may be, they want to leave it kind of open-ended for more discussion. And I guess my question, it might be to Ledge Services, is are we setting up the next council for something that, you know, because that was a one-off request, and I'm just a little bit, I'm not sure if I understand what it will look like in the future, because it was a one-off.
Thank you. Typically, medical services are not legislated, so maybe Richard could explain more to why that's in there, but it's not typically a legislative requirement.
So you kind of helped me there, Miss Hankey, in that, you know, this is not in our wheelhouse or jurisdiction, so is it properly placed here? Sorry to put you on the spot, but it was one that hit me.
Is there any member of the committee that wants to help with this? And if not, I will. Is that okay with council? I make an answer back on. So, I think one of the key things is that when we start to try to come up with an ICF with various communities, we talk a lot what their needs are and how the 2 communities can work together. The medical center was something that was extremely important to Delburn residents, but also to Red Deer County residents. To see it left in here doesn't bind Red Deer County. What it does is you know, we can talk about something coming in the future. We talked about this and, you know, how binding it would be when we were drafting these documents and the wording changes. And I just want to assure from my perspective as being on that committee that the intent is to continue to talk about this as an important, it's something that's very important for this region. So that would be my reasoning why I see it the way it is from sitting on that committee, if that helps. Any other questions? Councillor Master.
Yeah, I sat on that committee and I like some of the changes you're making. You're making it more in line with the other ones. And the other debate we sort of had was the grounds where the school and baseball diamonds and horse riding stuff and the spray park, or not the spray park, the other thing, the rollerblade cement thing, the dangerous thing for the kids. But, you know, it's on county land and the Delburn residents are using it. And help me if you can, Mr. Mohay, but some of that stuff is included in these types of agreements, and others have their own separate agreements because of who owns them and who has a lease on them. But we were just trying to capture all the joint services that both municipalities are using. And I think it's a wonderful relationship, and administration has done a wonderful job of capturing them and making it so we can go forward into the future without a lot of red tape. So is that capturing the moment of that evening that we had together? And why we're seeing the medical one in here, and yet we're not seeing the recreational grounds in here?
Through Assistant CEO to Councillor Massey, that is correct. We can only work within our jurisdiction as well, so we always have to be mindful of that. So if any places that we can actually work together and being discussed, for example, if we own a land or, you know, partially funding and stuff like that, then it comes to an agreement between the 2 municipalities and work those things together and put that in the agreement. And then once the agreement is in place, then we can add it to the ICF. Thanks.
Okay, and one more little question. this needs 3 readings, and I think we discussed that in the future it'd be nice if administration could handle certain tweaks of the document without 3 readings. Did I capture that as well in your report?
That is correct. There's one wording in there that with regards to the agreements, if it's already been agreed between the 2 municipalities, it's going to be in the appendix. So there will not be going through 3 readings right again, just to update it.
That was the key. Put it in the appendix. It's already in the agreement. We don't need to go to the 3 readings. And with the success of the 2 administrations and that ICF meeting we had, I'll certainly move first reading, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, discussion? Go ahead. Any discussion or questions if you need?
Okay, really the only question I was about the medical center. I just didn't want, that was my major concern about it, is tying Red Deer County into that we always had to do that, or, okay, and rereading it. Yeah, that was my only concern about this.
Councillor Kennett?
No, it looks good, and I like, it's the section D that you moved into the chart that makes it so that it doesn't have to go to the 3 readings, correct? Yeah, because a lot of that is pedantic at times, but I think that's a good change that'll, because we work quite well together with Delburn. It's a great community, so I think it's nice changes. Appreciate your work. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yeah, I agree. In first reading of this, the medical center piece kind of caught me a little bit. I do agree that the new revisions bring it more in line with some of the other ones that we've updated as well. And I can support it given the wording used around the medical center does not specifically tie us to anything but future dialogue. Should something come up with that. So, yeah, looking forward to moving it ahead.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Just one more question. Sorry to bang on the drum of the medical centre, and I want it known that I totally think this is great for Red Deer County residents who live in the area. What I am concerned about is, does this leave us open for Sylvan Lake then to say, well, you're coming in our ICF about a conversation about a future medical centre, or Innisfail, or anybody else? And I just want that reassurance from administration that it isn't setting us up to have to include this in, because we deal with a lot of ICFs.
Through the Assistant CEO to Councillor Moore, again, it goes back to the agreement between the 2 municipalities if they want to work together in something that could help the both constituencies. So it doesn't really tie us into it because you still have to negotiate those terms and conditions. That's how I would see it.
So you'd say it's non-binding and it's just there for conversation. Got it. Thank you for your indulgence.
And before you close, Councillor Esther, everyone's out of turn, right? Everyone's out of turn? I agree 100%. And I'll tell you right now, the medical center is extremely important to Delburn. It's extremely important to Red Deer County. And what we're talking about is the same good work that we've continued to do over the last number of years, to be able to sit down and talk about what's important to each community. And each community in Red Deer County has something specific. They don't always need medical centers, but you know what, some need other things. And try to do through all of these ICFs is try to determine that we don't have a cookie cutter approach, but in fact that we actually take a look at the needs of each community. I'm really happy with the way that this came out, and I'm confident that you know, should we need further discussion on the medical center, there's an opportunity because it's been identified that it's important. And of course, it doesn't say we must, as we're going to talk. So, Councillor Messier, would you like to close? All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Now we need to do a second reading. Who wants to put their hand up? Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move second reading at this time.
Good question.
Okay, second reading's moved. I'll come to you. And it's a question or not a comment? Question, go ahead, if it's a question.
Yeah, quite often we get to hear on when the other municipalities bringing it forward to their council. Do we have any understanding of when and if, or if they have, or if we're gonna get through today and then they will? Or can you speak to that, please?
Mr. Mulhern?
Yeah, through the Assistant CEO to Councillor Massey, they will be presenting identical document sometime today, I believe, for Delbert. Yeah.
Councillor Kennedy, you still have the floor. Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Moore. Okay, all those in favor of second reading? Second reading has been carried unanimously. We need to have unanimous consent on third reading to continue. Who wants to make that motion? Councillor Moore.
I would move third reading at this time.
All in favor of third reading at this time? That's carried unanimously. Looking for a third reading. Councillor Baum's hand was first.
I can move third reading.
Discussion at third reading. Councillor Messier.
Yeah, it's in my history sitting in this chair, I very seldom like rushing bylaw changes through in three readings at one sitting. It really doesn't let the ratepayers have a say in what we're doing. But there are certain instances, and I do thank my fellow councillors for accepting it at this time. I really think this shows leadership, and I'm sure when it comes in front of Delburn tonight, they're going to find out that we passed all three readings today. In other words, we're showing full support to it. And I think that's a great demonstration on our behalf for the village of Delburn. So thank you for getting three readings on the table today, and I'm fully going to support it.
So we're voting on third reading at this we're voting on third reading. Third reading at this time's already passed. Third reading. All those in favor of third reading? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. It's nice to see this go through. You know what? A great relationship with Delburn. I'll talk about our meeting that we had there the other night through our next reports. But continuing on to item number 5.8 in our agenda. That's bylaw number 1010/2025. This is our fire rescue services bylaw. Mr. Brand, how are you today?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm well, thank you. Although I'm slightly concerned because we're about to talk about a recommendation that includes potential three readings, and I just heard we don't like to push those through. So we'll see how this goes. So this is for council to consider the proposed fire rescue services bylaw, which would replace the existing fire services bylaw, which is from 2012 and was last updated in 2015. The updates align with the current governance model and current legislation, and it included a review of bylaws from a number of counties that you see there: Strathcona, Leduc, Rocky View, Lacombe, Mountain View, and Clearwater. So some adjacent to us and some that are similar in rural urban composition. So the proposed updates to the bylaw essentially maintain the current practice. They're largely administrative updates. As we've gone through. So they continue to have the selling, storing for purpose of sale, and discharging of consumer fireworks would remain prohibited under the current bylaw. This does specifically, the way we updated the definitions, it does exclude novelty devices. So nobody has to worry that they're prohibited from having sparklers on a birthday cake or running around in a backyard. Because they're classified differently. So with the way we updated the definitions in the bylaw, that makes it clear. Display fireworks remain permitted, so that's professional pyrotechnics. So typically the large displays that you would see where somebody would pay a professional who has a license to come in and set those off. The restrictions on fire activities remain the same. Fire permit requirements remain the same. The powers of designated officers that are provided by council to administration remain the same. And we're clarifying the existing special control areas. So there's no changes to them, just clarification of them in Schedule A of the bylaw. Some of the key revisions are changing the existing bylaw. So the delegation of authority in the old bylaw was actually to the fire chief in some instances, which, as you know, with the governance model, council has one employee, and this is not the case where you have a fire commission or something like that. So this is to the CAO. So everything is updated to the CAO, and then further delegation can occur from there. Also changing the unpaid fees for response and or fines associated with this could be added to the property tax roll as per the MGA. Adding a section around fireworks, and this is because since the last bylaw, there were changes that happened. The Alberta Fire Code ceased to exist and became what was called the National Fire Code 2023 Alberta Edition. So that actually puts the old bylaw out of line, and so the firework thing was kind of a legislative gray area. Creating the definitions, as I mentioned, of both consumer fireworks and display fireworks. We added a section on fire hydrants, just so that if anybody was thinking about a fire hydrant, even though this is in our water bylaw already, there's some clarity here. And then, as I mentioned already, clarifying special control areas using maps. And when we get to the recommendations, I'll kind of fill you in a little bit more on what council's options might be there as you look at the bylaw. So here's an example, a special control area that requires a fire permit for an open fire or an acceptable fire pit fire is the Woodland Hills residential subdivision. That's currently existing in the bylaw. It's named by text. You can see there the map, and this is, I will be honest, this is not some grand scheme of anything. This is literally a screen capture out of our mapping system, but it gives a graphical representation. And so it is in there, and there's a map. You can see it's labeled Woodland Hills, and there's a yellow area around it. We currently do not have defined to say the yellow area is Woodland Hills. It's kind of an interpretive thing. So we could remove the maps. That could be a change that council could make if they feel they're not helpful or confusing, or because the text still conveys the legality of it, or we could leave the map kind of as an assisting thing to the text. And this is something that with legislative services we've gone back and forth on. It's kind of would be an administrative type of cleanup thing, but you'll see this, you're seeing this for the first time, the actual maps in there in the bylaw. Bing. And then special control areas where open fires are prohibited unless granted a fire permit now includes, so before the language in the bylaw was all industrial and commercial subdivisions, but it came to our attention that there are some properties that are by intent in those subdivisions but aren't actually a part of the subdivision itself. And so this is where clarifying the zoning. This doesn't mean they can't have fires. It just means they need a permit. So a really good example is we have an agricultural business adjacent to a major highway who receives a lot of their product on pallets, and their method of disposing of the pallets was to burn them. But if you can imagine that it's a yard full of agricultural, very expensive agricultural equipment, and people driving by on the highway see a very large fire happening, they suddenly think that a bunch of tractors and combines and other implements are on fire. And so this is just to say you can't burn all your pallets unless you get a permit from us, and then we would put appropriate conditions in place to potentially prevent the slew of 911 calls that come in and the department has to respond to because they're disposing of wood pallets or something like that. So these are just areas where they're higher sensitivity. It's not that they're completely prohibited, it's just we want them to be able to talk to us. So clarified it by zoning as opposed to just by subdivision name. And then we can see here the maps are included in, and so we also have the subdivisions and they're named. So in this case, it's the blue, and I guess I'll call it purple, maybe lavender, and then kind of a rose or pink or red. I'm not really sure what that one is there for Gasoline Alley. But you can see the names are very clear, and so the name is placed in the middle of a colored area. So if there was a need to add that explanation in the schedule, we can certainly make those amendments. Next slide, please. And just more examples. So you can see an example here, Cusimo Industrial Park out off Highway 11 to the west. Cusimo Industrial Park is on the south side, but there are also some industrial properties on the north side. So they wouldn't fall in Cusimo Industrial Park, but by virtue of the inclusion of the zoning in the text, they would still have to get a permit to have any open burns. So the implications of this bylaw is the new bylaw allows us to recover unpaid response fees by addition to tax roll. The old method was a lien on a property, which isn't actually a current or acceptable practice. Council sets the fees and the penalties in other bylaws, so the fee bylaw and the general penalty bylaw. This aligns with a current consultation that's coming from municipal affairs for municipalities regarding council-approved service levels. So this bylaw would support a future council-approved service level if municipal affairs mandates that on us. We do not expect they'd mandate a minimum service level, just that there has to be one. So that it basically have a document between council and administration there, and it does not impact any current contracts. And with respect to the public implications, this bylaw provides for the efficient operation of fire rescue services in relation to how we provide for the protection of people and property in the county. So the alternatives that are available to council are to grant first reading of the bylaw, and then we would set September 9th, I believe is, yes, okay, good. Whew. As the date for second and third reading, which would allow some time for some public consultation and feedback, just generally by virtue of the fact that first reading is out there. Other option is to grant all 3 readings today, or option C, to deny first reading. And our administrative recommendation is to grant all 3 readings of the bylaw today. And the reason and the justification for that, and certainly I'm not beholden to it, if we just granted first reading, that's entirely fine, is that since the changes are administrative in nature to the bylaw and they're cleaning it up to make it current, we don't believe that there's anything that would come from public feedback that would be significant enough to change the bylaw. And if there were changes that significantly need to be made, we don't think we'd have time to actually consider it at the next and last scheduled council meeting, which would then extend it into the next council's term. So it would delay second and third reading of this bylaw. So that's essentially it, but both options are absolutely available to council. You could just grant first reading today, put it out there for 2 weeks, and come back to consider second and third after you've heard from ratepayers, or you could look at granting all three readings today, and we could implement the administrative amendments as they are. And of course, you can also suggest amendments as if we're considering second or third reading, and administration could incorporate those. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Great report, Director Brandt. I just have a question on Woodland Hills. So right now, they aren't allowed to have a fire pit. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, through the Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, they're allowed to have a fire pit if it's inspected. And so because it's such a high risk area, it's been identified as a high risk area just due to the nature of the foliage, the trees that are there. So what happens is fire services, they'll reach out to us and say, we'd like to have a fire pit, and we just go out and make sure that it meets the requirements of the bylaw. And then essentially we grant them a permit to do that. And so that way we know. Also, people are extremely sensitive, as Woodland Hills is close to Highway 2 and Highway 2A. So we very often receive calls when smoke is visible from inside the trees there. There are a lot of people who maybe don't understand that there are residences in there who are driving by on the highway. So that just allows us to then assess. So they are allowed. It's just they're a higher level of control, if you will.
So what kind of compliance do you get? Like, do people usually do what you ask?
Yeah, through the Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, I see the fire chief sitting next to me nodding. So yes, yeah, we don't tend to have problems there. It's and definitely if somebody, maybe the biggest thing is somebody goes out and bought a commercially made thing and finds out that it doesn't comply, then we educate them and they comply. They go out and install the next necessary thing. People are very, very good with respect to fire safety when they're having conversations with us.
And do we consider any other heavily treed subdivisions? Because I can think of a few.
Yeah, so through the Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, that's the bylaw allows for that. So being that these are administrative updates, we think it would be more a fulsome public consultation to consider adding other areas. That's also something that currently operationally fire services is doing, where they're doing essentially fire smart assessments of different areas throughout the county in part of our preparedness. So we would be able to have a better recommendation, but we wouldn't contemplate making any changes at this time.
Thank you, Director Brand.
Councillor Master.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. A little bit more selling, Mr. Brand. I'm struggling with Section 8. And you know which part of Section 8? It's the consumer firework part. My relatives come from the big city and they come to Red Deer County, and you make me I'm not going to say criminal, but you're making me a bylaw offender because I possessed or store or watched or seen them. I think Councillor Moore will agree. If you're around Pine Lake on long weekends and things, you're seeing crimes committed. And I don't know if crime's the right word or bylaw infractions being committed. I come down to Section 12 and it says, any person who contravenes this bylaw is going to get a fine of $500. Now, in between, you do have this word upon conviction. And in GPC, you have mentioned that you have tolerance with your fire department, and I've had experience with your patrol officers and fire departments, and they use the discretion wonderfully. And I've never had to write a check. But I don't think I'm a repeat offender either. So, does this bylaw allow your people to have some discretion? I don't understand what the word conviction means. Who convicts me, a judge or you? And can you give me the assurance that, like you did at GPC, but at a public meeting, that Section 8 will be worked on into the future to allow some degree of consumer fireworks to be used if used safely? Because I get it, we don't want a free-for-all, especially at this time of year. A Roman candle or something in my field of wheat would cause devastation, and I just soon have them banned. But we know that there are times that they can be let off safely because they are allowed. And I do believe there's retailers in Red Deer County that used to sell consumer fireworks that don't, and now they're competing with the guy across the road in Clearwater or wherever they are allowed. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can just get a little assurance on those two topics, which would really help stick my hand up on third reading at this time.
Through the Assistant State Auditor Mayor and Council. So yes, we have always had under the existing bylaw and will continue to have discretion. As Council is aware, enforcement is mainly complaint-based in Red Deer County. So we would have to receive a complaint. We would have to then investigate the complaint. We would have to be able to tie it to somebody such that you actually could enforce against that person. And then the conviction question is exactly that. It's language for when it goes to court. So a person could receive a bylaw fine and choose to pay it, which is essentially pleading guilt to it by choosing to pay it. It's similar to if you got a speeding ticket, and by paying it, that's your admission of guilt. Or you could choose to dispute it, in which case then you would go to a court and a judge would look at the evidence. I can say, well, this is not a change. This bylaw has been in existence a very long time. We are not aware of a situation, I'll just go back 10 years, in the last 10 years where we have issued any citations under this bylaw for the dispensing of fireworks. The more likely thing that would occur is say somebody was setting off consumer fireworks right now, or even display fireworks. Maybe it was a licensed pyrotechnician and it field on fire, and the fire department had to respond to go put the field of wheat out. There's the response fees that are in here could be charged against the person who was in control of those fireworks, and that's a significantly larger deterrent because the response fees are larger than a bylaw fine. But then it also pays. It's essentially somebody was careless, and something happened because somebody was careless. So discretionary comes in. With respect to the other question that was in there about can I grant assurances that we would look at re-examining that, that's a council decision. The big thing about fireworks, and as was discussed in the GPC, was fireworks is a big public consultation piece. And so with respect to timing, the idea of changing it, we just don't have enough time left in the term. If council wishes in the future, it's certainly something we have identified administratively, so it would be a discussion we would bring forward. And if it was council's wish, then we would be able to support that with public consultation and rewording of the bylaw one way or the other. So it's available to be out there, but it's not contemplated at this time, just really based on timing of the rest of the term.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that. Next council can decide whether they want to go in that large public consultation period. So I appreciate the excellent answers to funny little questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor DePalm,
I don't have any questions.
Councillor Kennett, any questions? Any questions? Okay, where did I start? Councillor Moore? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so great report. I move that we grant first reading to the Fire Rescue Services Bylaw 1010/2025. Now, you know, I agree that sometimes, you know, doing the 3 readings, you know, it leaves our public out of it. But I think this is long overdue, and there's some good stuff in here, and it needs to be done. And I think, you know, as coming to the end of my term as a councillor, I think this is our duty to do today. And I like what I see. I look forward to that firework issue. I think it's going to be interesting. I had a firework incident I will share with the fire chief later. Not me personally with the firework, but a situation that I was informed of, and it really does hit home how we have to do something. So I'm fully supportive today, and I thank you for the difficult work you do, and I'm happy to see this.
Councillor Master, comments? Councillor DePalm.
So I would definitely support first reading, and as you know, per the discussion that has gone on about fireworks, I do appreciate all the discussion that we had on it. And as being a producer in Red Deer County, I do have my major concerns about just letting a free-for-all with fireworks go. So I do feel that it needs a bigger discussion and bigger things laid out for it to happen. And so everything else in here, I think, is really just an administrative update and that kind of thing. So I definitely support it, and I appreciate the conversation about the fireworks and waiting till we get a great deal of public input to go forward with anything else as than what it states right there.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, I support first reading. It's, I think 2020 or 2015 needs an update, and yeah, as has been stated before, the fireworks, that's a bigger topic altogether, but to get this updated, I think is important, so thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. I'll certainly support this. As has been stated, it's largely administrative, and it does show how out of date the previous bylaw was when an administrative update almost results in a full rewrite of a bylaw. So, you know, I think this is good work and getting it done in a timely fashion, and the bigger pieces of it can be tackled later on. So.
Okay, I haven't spoke yet on this. I just had a question, and it's regarding the schedules at the end of Woodland Hills and others, and process, because I might have just missed it. So I like the idea of having schedules to things, because then if there's something new that comes up, that it can happen fast. The way that it's set up, just make sure I understand this, do we need to have 3 readings again, or can the schedule be changed by bylaw or by a simple vote, or can it be changed by the areas be changed by fire chief or staff? How does this work now?
Thank you for the question. So you can just make an amendment on the floor to update the schedules, and we can go ahead and do that and pass the motion as amended.
No, I'm being a little different then. What I'm talking about is into the future.
Oh.
So I wasn't clear, I'm sorry. So into the future, if we decided, well, hang on, there's an area that got missed just as bad as Woodland Hills, and it's not on the list, do we have to go through this entire thing of 3 readings, or is there a way that the schedules can be added or subtracted, or do we have to go through everything again to do this again? Mr.
Yes.
Brown.
Oh,
Sorry.
Thank you. Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, yes, we would. It would be an amending bylaw. So you could do an amending bylaw, and that would make sense if you're adding a new area. It is a substantial change. So if, for example, if the limits, I'll use Junction 42 as an example. It's listed in here as Special Control Area M, Junction 42, and then there's a map. If the limit of Junction 42 changed, we would probably do an amending bylaw to show that the map had changed, and it would get 3 readings, but Junction 42 as a whole still remains a special control area. On the flip side, I'm just trying not to name any areas, but if you had subdivision XYZ out there in the county that you wanted to add, similar to Woodland Hills, then I think it's for council's awareness. It's a good idea that it comes forward as a bylaw amendment, because that gives you the opportunity for public consultation for anybody who would be affected by us adding that. And that prevents administration from just adding areas that council is not aware of. It really keeps the control back on council's side of the table, because it is your bylaw.
Thank you very much. So I guess my comment's going to be, I'm going to support first reading, and I'm going to say it's a good first step. This has been a long time coming, and fully understanding that there's some controversial sections that we might want to talk about, or somebody else will someday, about fireworks. But this portion needs to be passed today. And you know, through our GPC presentation and understanding that we're far behind on even the prices that they're able to charge, and we're actually losing money sometimes in some of these transactions. I think that we've made this very clear, and I think this clarifies way better than our original bylaw did. And bylaws can be changed again. You know what? If we end up spurring a bunch of comment from the public, I'm telling you what, you know, council's very responsive. I'm not sure what the next one's going to be like, but I know we are right now. And I think the key thing is it can always come back for amendment. And so I'm looking forward, though, to the point in time when we can talk about the issues like Councillor Massier, you know, for the next council, because I'll tell you what, I think it's widespread. I think we have a widespread fireworks usage happening in Red Deer County right now. And I fully agree with him on the fact is that I want to make sure that if we can in fact give some training if a permit someday comes out, and I'm not sure where the next council is going to go, I would love to be able to see that resolved. But today I understand we're not. And the reason is, so we have something before us that's really good, and I'm hoping we can do all 3 today. But anyways, Councillor Moore, was your motion. Do you want to further close on this one? All those in favor of first reading? Carried unanimously. Looking for second reading. I was going to go round table. Councillor? No. Councillor Massier, do you want to move second reading? No. Councillor DuPont?
I would move second reading.
Okay. Discussion at second reading, continuing around the table. Does anyone want to discuss? Councillor Massier.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at 2.29, prohibited debris, A, animal cadavers. If there was ever a large, small outbreak of some disease, that's the recommended practice on how to dispose of. So would a provincial mandate supersede our bylaw? Could we not, as a farmer and my vet, determine that's the best way to get rid of that livestock incident, as the literature says, to burn? And sometimes they tell you how many tires and how many logs and how many things, bales of straw to throw in. I don't want to have our policy preventing, or is it okay for a provincial then directive to override our bylaw? And I get why it's in here. We don't want people just throwing the old cadavers into a burn pit. So,
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, it's a really good question, and just confirm. So some of these things are listed in the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, so they're actually a provincial legislation already, and we're just we're copying them so that it's clearer, plainer language.
Okay.
So this is a case. So in a case like that, where there was essentially some sort of agricultural or livestock emergency, there could be consideration both for the county and the province. But we couldn't just relax our bylaw because it's still prohibited by a provincial legislation. We would have to work with the province to get an exemption to their legislation, which would also exempt the bylaw. So both could happen. It's possible.
Which I guess is why we've got this sawmill with excess capacity in the bylaw. If someone wanted to build a sawmill, it's in here. No, I appreciate your answer, and it still allows that God prohibit ever happens in Red Deer County to occur. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? Councilor DePalma, what was your motion? Would you like to close? All those in favor? Second reading has been carried unanimously. To continue on, I need a third reading at this time. Councilor Kennett.
I'd move third reading at this time.
All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councilor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would certainly move third reading of the bylaw.
Discussion of third reading. I've had a lot of good discussion already, so no one's putting their hand up. All those in favor? Third reading has been passed unanimously. I want to thank you very much. Appreciate the hard work and the hard work of all of our protective services folks. You know, we live in a pretty good place, and thank you for making sure that our bylaws are up to date and helping us get them prepared. So. Continuing on, 11:45, we got time to continue. Let's go on to the next one. This is going to be bylaw number 1009/25, Springbrook Offsite Levies Bylaw. Well, good morning, Ms. Beth, and I'm just trying to remember McLaughlin?
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you. I'm here to present the bylaw number 1009/2025A to amend the Springbrook Offsite Levy bylaw. First reading was granted back in June on this bylaw, so we're bringing it back for second and third reading. The bylaw is being brought forward because we commissioned Tegas Engineering to update the existing offsite levy bylaw for the hamlet of Springbrook. The original structures the original bylaws from 2017. So just doing some updates based on a 2021 infrastructure study that was conducted, which showed that construction costs have increased since 2017. And a major portion of the Springbrook offsite levy amendment is primarily due to significant provincial funding, which was received for Airport Drive. The levies range, so the new amendment would propose that the levies range between 73,000 and 114,000 per hectare, depending upon the location in Springbrook. So we've done a couple of tables to demonstrate some of the changes in the bylaw. So the first table is just showing the comparisons of the benefit areas between 2017 and 2024. This comes with a little bit of a caveat that there's not a direct comparison because some of the benefiting area boundaries have changed. So where we see some increases, it's all because the hectares in each benefiting area, specifically for sanitary, have changed. I mentioned where we see the biggest changes in the transportation network total, so decreasing from 3 million to 17 million, and then also a decrease in the administrative fees. So just to give you a perspective on what that actually looks like throughout the hamlet of Springbrook, we conducted a comparison on 3 locations. So Harvard Park, the Southwest Airport lands, and also Springbrook South, just to show you that if a landowner was paying under the 2017 bylaw, what that amount would be versus paying under the amended 2024 bylaw. So in the case of all of these 3 locations, we can see that there is a decrease from 2017 to 2024. So in Harvard Park, we have a decrease of about 5,600. In the Southwest Airport lands, a decrease of 5,000, and in Springbrook South, a decrease of 12,000. So that is where we see the most significant changes. Again, when we look at these changes, if we look at the global roadway column, that's where the savings have really come in, as well as the administrative fees going down. We also wanted to give you a comparison of various offsite levy bylaws elsewhere in Red Deer County, as well as the closer comparator of the town of Penhold. So you can see that they do range from, they have a variety of ranges. So in 2017 for Springbrook, it was the total offsite was 102,000, and this is just based on a 1 acre or a 1 hectare piece of property. 2024 has an overall increase in the number, but a decrease when it comes down to the payments. And then Gasoline Alley being one of the closer ones of 98,000, and then the town of Penhold also with their offsite levy bylaw. So following first reading, we did consult with the development community and advertise the bylaw in accordance with the Municipal Government Act. There are 14 landowners in the hamlet who are directly affected by the change, who are still owing offsite levies that if they came in with a subdivision or a development permit application, they would need to pay. So those 14 landowners were mailed a letter explaining what was happening. We also put a notice on the county website, and it was in the July and August editions of the County News. I didn't receive any written submissions, but did take one phone call with business owners of Harvard Park, and they just wanted a brief explanation of exactly what was happening with the offsite bylaws and what that meant specifically for Harvard Park properties. So I was able to provide them a comparison table to show if they were paying under 2017 versus 2024, what those amounts would look like. So we are recommending that council grant second and third reading to bylaw 1009/2025-A to amend bylaw number 2017/25, which is the Springbrook offsite levy bylaw, and replace Schedule A. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start with Councillor Kennett. We'll end it with Councillor DePalm, and then you can make a motion when we're complete. Questions at this time, Councillor Kennett?
Yeah, I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Ramsey?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor Wood. And you know, in looking at the graphs provided, it looks like overall the levies are coming down. However, in the comparison, it seems that they're still a little bit higher than Gasoline Alley. So I'm just curious in administration's perspective with development that, you know, we're still not going to hinder prospective developers from coming in with what's being proposed.
Ms. Miller?
Sure, through the CAO, the assistant CAO, I think that'd be very difficult to determine because they're very different and the needs are different, vastly different. Springbrook, we are seeing a lot of attraction and activity there. So I think the benefit is that it will be going down slightly. Springbrook has a lot of old infrastructure that we've had to do a lot of replacements on. Gasoline Alley is a little bit different where a lot of it is under the development pays for development. So a lot of the new infrastructure has been completed by developers, but only over the last 20 years. Springbrook is quite a bit older than that. So that discrepancy, there's not much we can do with respect to that. The cost is the cost to put in new infrastructure.
No, thank you. I appreciate your perspective.
Councillor Moore? Mr. Dietrich, sorry, I didn't see your light.
Yeah, just follow up on Director Miller's comments. The offsites are one thing, but also keep in mind that during the budget process, we have different subsidy levels when it comes to each. So Gasoline Alley has a 60-40 split, whereas Springbrook, we actually up our contribution to 50%. It comes from the taxpayer itself. So we do try to help Springbrook out a little bit more than Gasoline Alley through the budget process, but the levies, we don't want to fetter those levies.
Good. Councillor Moore. Councillor Master.
Yeah, thanks. And that last one kind of got me there, but I'm going to take this approach. I look at Springbrook and it's mostly developed out, and if a landowner wanted to change what he's doing, Harvard Park, and redevelop, he might have to pay additional levies. But I'm assuming a lot of levies have been paid out there already because it's already developed, except for that 200 and something acres sitting at that airport. There's the big one. Now, at $100,000 a hectare, does that prevent a big developer from taking a 50-acre chunk of that airport? Or if something that huge came about, does council of the day have the ability to waive levies, defer levies, or can we play on the purchase price of that large tract of land? And I guess does administration have the power of a carrot to bring in a big developer if these levies seem like it's a barrier to the large developers? And I guess it's a crystal ball question, Mr. Dietrich. I don't know if you can even help me out there. Is there tools in your toolbox to attract them?
I think Mr. Dietrich has an answer.
Through the mayor to Member Massey, we attracted a $250 million development. They paid 100% of the offsite levies. We have tools. We don't need to subsidize. We do at the budget level because we know we never collect 100% of the offsites. Our offsites are always in deficit, and they will be forever. But well, not forever. Springbrook actually is in pretty good shape, but yeah, we have tools. But I don't want to cut developers any slack. The levies are the levies. If we want to address it at budget time, we can, or council can discuss, other mechanism.
Thank you. That helps.
You have a question, Councillor? Go ahead, and I'll ask a question after you. Okay.
So thanks for the report. So I guess the one question I'd have is how does this affect any of the ones that have already been deferred right now? Is that going to change their total amounts, or does the amount that was deferred remain the same total, or does this change it?
Through the assistant CAO to mayor and members of council. So it would affect it because they pay based on the bylaw of the day. So if they come in, if they came in a week ago, they'd be paying under the 2017 bylaw. Whereas if they come in tomorrow, if this does get second and third reading, they're going to pay under the 2024 bylaw. So when the offsites are deferred, generally we just say to defer the offsite levies. We don't contribute a dollar amount to it. So they would be paying under 2024 starting tomorrow if this gets approved.
Okay, that was my only question for right now. And then I can make a motion.
Thank you. And I guess my question is going to be, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to ensure that that's my answer. The answer is when we receive grant funding, like from the province of Alberta, and they put towards infrastructure in a particular area, I just want to make sure that those grant funds are reduce the amount of offsite levies. Is that correct?
Through the assistant CAO to mayor and council, that is essentially why we did do a review of this offsite levy bylaw, is because there was a substantial grant provided for Airport Drive, and we just wanted to make sure that the accuracy was identified in this and that it was reduced by that amount.
Thank you very much. And then one final question, because I've been here for quite a while, and this is not a typical thing that I would actually see offsite levies decrease. In fact, if I remember right, this might be the first time that I've seen this, but it may have happened before and I just don't remember it. So could you help me understand why they would decrease?
So I think this is the second time I've seen it. The one time was in Gasoline Alley when we added more lands to contribute to the offsite levies. So it just spread it out a little bit more. And then this one with respect to the decrease, we did see some increase because construction costs have increased quite a bit since 2017, but the decrease ultimately is from Airport Drive.
Thank you for the answer. It makes sense now. So Councillor DePalm, it's your area. You'd like to make a motion or questions, whatever you like.
Make a motion. So I would move second reading of the bylaw. And so I guess my comments would be, I think it's great that it's got all redone because of that project that went on, and the fact that, it was sent out to all the contractors or developers in the area, and you only had one phone call from it. Everybody seems to understand, and with no other communication, they seem to be okay with it. So I appreciate getting all that done, and I would definitely move second reading.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on second reading. Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I support second reading. You know, updating what the development costs will be for people is important, especially with that major contribution from the province, working in our favor for making this more available to more potential customers, as it were. So, yeah, I fully support second reading. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I definitely support second reading. This is good news that they've gone down and the provincial project has actually worked in the favour of potential developers. You know, the best is yet to come for Springbrook. It's there's lots happening and it's great to see. Thanks.
Yeah, I too am looking forward to the development that's going to happen in Springbrook and seeing that the comparable values of these offsite levies are within reason, and that we're continuing to see growth happening with the past offsite levies. So, yeah, it's nice to see values go down. That's going to just entice more people. Councillor DePalma, you'd like to make a close? No, I'm good. All those in favor? Second reading has been carried unanimously. Need a motion for third reading. Councillor Kennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd move third reading.
Any discussion? Had good discussion. Saying no more. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Just a question about, we're at 12 o'clock. Is lunch here? It's a good time to break for lunch. Folks, why don't we, we've still got a few items left today, and a hearing coming up. Why don't we come back at 12:30? Would that work for everyone? Have a quick lunch. Thank you. Recess at 12 o'clock. I'd like to call Red Deer County Council back to order. The time is 12:33. The next item on our agenda is item number 5.10, bylaw number 1003/25-BR. Ms. Miller? Mr. Mohe?
Yeah.
Guessing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
This is to consider bylaw number 1003/2025-BR, attached Schedule A. A bylaw that proposes to amend section 3, 9, and 13 of bylaw number 1003/2025-B. I'll refer to that as the original bylaw. Next slide. So on July 22nd of this year, Council approved the original bylaw to amend the MDP that would allow for a second agricultural parcel subdivision from a core section. Upon implementation of the bylaw, administration noticed an error in the approved bylaw amendments where the definition to replace the word definition for multi-lot development instead of multi-lot subdivision, section 13, appendix B, under definitions. Municipal Government Act, Section 63, subsection 1, revising bylaw states a council of municipality may by bylaw revise any of its bylaws or any one or more provisions of them in accordance with this section. Subsection 2, bylaw under this section may, subsection G, make changes without materially affecting the bylaw in principle or substance, and subsection I, to correct clerical, technical, grammatical, or typographical errors in a bylaw. So replacing the word development with subdivision, highlighted in red in Schedule 1, is clerical and does not materially affect the bylaw in principle or substance, as the remainder of the bylaw is clear that it's intended to replace the word multi-lot subdivision. So when the bylaw is revised under this section, section 63 of the MGA, the title includes revised bylaw, so public hearing or advertising is not required. Next slide. The staff recommendation is for council to grant first, second, and third reading to the revised bylaw number 1003/2025-BR to revise the original bylaw number 1003/2025-B. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? No questions. I'm looking for a motion. Go ahead, Councillor DePalm.
I would move first reading of this bylaw revision to replace the word subdivision with development. I think it's just other way around. Okay. Sorry. In my opinion, it's just clerical, and I have no problem with it.
So you're moving staff recommendations, correct? Yep. Thank you. And discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Let's continue on to
Sorry, this is a bylaw. We do require
second
three
reading?
readings. It's a bylaw, so we need three readings.
Second reading. Councillor Moore.
I'll move second reading.
Discussion at second reading. Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for Councillor Ramsey.
Sure, Mayor Wood. I would move that we consider third reading at this time.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Looking for one more. Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move third reading at this time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mohe. Continuing on to item number 5.11, governance review implementation plan update. Will this be you, Ms. Rodwell?
Good afternoon, Council. This is to provide a progress update on the governance review implementation plan. As background, on September 5th, 2023, Council directed a governance review be conducted. On February 6, 2024, Council endorsed the governance review report and directed administration to prepare an implementation plan. On February 20th of 2024, Council endorsed the governance review implementation plan and directed that updates be provided every 6 months until the 2025 election. So this is the last update and the conclusion of our work on the governance review implementation plan. In the past 6 months, the following actions have been taken. Council approved a remuneration policy. This is a brand new policy replacing the prior policy. A request for presentations to council policy was approved on April 1st. The forensic audit was completed July 21st, 2025. And effective September 1st, the Director of Corporate Services position description will include the Chief Financial Officer responsibilities. The actions that have not been completed in the time frame include some elements of the policy review, as administration does not currently have the capacity to complete these items. Our recommendation, no action is required on this item. However, historically, you have been approving this for information, although that's not a necessary requirement. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions? Councillor Moore?
Thanks, Mayor Wood. I just have a couple of questions on reports and how we make them public. For example, the broadband report on the 22nd of July, is that available to the public now? And if so, where is it?
I would defer that to Mr. Dietrich, as I believe he actioned that.
We're just looking it up now.
Yep. And if we need a few minutes to look that up, that's fine.
It's that?
I would identify that broadband was not part of the governance review implementation.
I'm thinking more of the reporting, you know, how we communicate reports. Don't know where that would fit in, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that was part of the governance review. We did take a look at our meeting procedures bylaw and did provide updates to those. But that one in particular is a bit of a unique case,
Okay.
where some identified publication was being requested as part of that report.
So you can get back to me on that, just in case people need to look. My other question is regarding our council committees. And right now, I don't think we have formal reporting. We seem to have verbal reports on things like RCC and the HR committee, etc. And I think sometimes we miss out on getting the full information so that we can't consider decisions properly. So I'm just wondering, what were the recommendations for that kind of reporting? I know other councils actually do a written report. So where are we at with that?
Through the Assistant CAO to the Mayor and Council, Mr. Cuff provided in his report that the committee's reports be circulated to Council by the chair of the committee through Legislative Services in advance of Council meetings. This has been a bit of a difficult recommendation, to be completely honest. We cannot direct some of the chairs of some of the committees. So FCSS, for example, is not a Red Deer County only committee. There's several of those, CAPE, Chamber of Commerce, Red Deer Tourism, Westerner, all those types of committees. We can't direct how they direct their minutes. So that one has been a bit of a hang up, to be completely honest. We've also been fairly cognizant that clogging up your inbox with a lot of minutes may not be the best use of council's time. So we are still kind of navigating our way through that one and trying to provide some meaningful options. We've made some different attempts with your GPC agendas. We've been sure to attach a listing of your committees to the GPC agenda in an effort to just serve as a bit of a visual reminder in case anybody were to have questions about the current operations, one of the committees you haven't heard about for a while, and just a bit of a kind of brainstorming tool for members of council. But it is, to be honest, one of the ones that we are struggling with a bit.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the complexity of it. But I you know, this is for the future focus, right? We're at the end here, but I think that's an area we could really improve, because I think if we know what's going on at the ICF and we have those, for example, or whatever committee, I think it really helps council make good decisions and we're well informed. Thanks.
Councillor Massey.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thanks to administration. You did wonderful work with trying to implement what Mr. Cuff maybe recommended, I guess, and you did it with council's blessing. But in your report, you did mention that some stuff got done, and there's a few things that didn't get done because of lack of time, resources. And yet I also heard that as of now, staff has no intention of making time and putting resources towards it because there's a new council coming forward. So, wouldn't it, first I'll ask that question, is that the proper understanding of what you said in the report?
That is the correct understanding. The resolution that was approved by council said to require governance review implementation updates provided to council every 6 months to share progress on implementation until such time that council agrees the implementation to be complete or until the municipal election on October 20th, 2025, whichever is first. So for us, it really does mark the completion of this project. We don't have a ton of items that are left. There is a few, and of course administration has several more in mind because every time you fix one problem, you typically create another one. So there are a few of those out there. Most of this work has fallen on legislative services, and our priority has shifted to the 2025 election as well as council orientation. So that's where our focus and our efforts have been going for the last several months and will continue to go basically until the end of the year. And then hopefully at that point, we will have received direction from the new term of council about some of the priority items. And then we always kind of keep that administrative list in our heads, and we have a list that circulates with our team about projects that we have on the go or that we'd like to get to when we have the capacity to do so. And some of those policy particular items are captured in that list where we know we're having issues with an interpretation or we know we have some ambiguity, but we do believe that we've cleaned up kind of the worst of them. That council remuneration policy was flagged as a big one. The presentations to council, those were where we were having a lot of struggles. Those have now been cleaned up. The rest of the council policies are sitting in a fairly solid state, but like I said, we do have a few identified for future work, but they would be at the direction of administration instead of the direction of council, unless the new term of council provides us different information at that time.
And I appreciate that response, Mr. Mayor, because that gives me the assurance it was all for naught, and they're going to fall off the table and they're gone. They're there, they're in the back room, and because administration plays a key role in strategic planning, and they will suggest to the new council on some of the importance and non-importance, what can wait and what can't. So that certainly gave me the assurance that it was a good run we've had, and it could continue based on the next council. So fully satisfactory answers, and for the 6-month update, thank you very much.
Councillor Palm. I missed it, but I started that way, right?
Questions?
Questions? I know we kind of, sometimes some of our members of council are able to ask a question that almost sounds like comments, but we are in questions, and Councillor Messer did a good job of being on the line there. Go ahead.
I don't really have any questions.
Okay. Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Massier asked exactly what I was going to ask, because we've got an excellent report there, and for it to just be thrown on the shelf and let the dust accumulate. But my understanding is administration has those recommendations, and you're seeing where you need to work as well. So, and a future council can take this up and ensure it gets done, because it was a very good report, and some other things got in the way that took some time, but there's still things that need to be addressed, I think, and you're taking that up. So thank you very much.
Well, still want questions, but we will take comments because that's what we've been doing. Councillor Ramsey.
No questions. I'd be willing to make a motion.
Fair enough. But Councillor DePalm hasn't asked a question yet, though. Yep, no, you're good. Okay, go ahead. Make your motion.
Sure, Mayor Wood. I would move we receive the report for information. I think we've consistently done that with these, and I think it's a good step just to kind of close the loop as a report did come forward to us, and you know, recognizing the work administration put in to this alongside council, and you know, getting some assurance that those last couple items won't fall off the list, and maybe have spurred some other ones along the way as well. So you know, I appreciate the work that was done and the improvement in our governance that has happened, and hopefully it serves the next council well.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
So I definitely support Councillor Ramsey's motion. I think, you know, this was a complex, often tedious job that administration took on to set the next council up for success, because to have a healthy governance model is the rock of any council or board. So I think we've got a lot in place here, and I hope the new council run with this, make it their own, and I think we're in a way better place than we were before we did this review, and yeah, I think things will just get stronger.
Councillor Master, and say Councillor DePalm.
So yeah, I just wanted to say all the work and stuff that was put in by administration and council, and on this, I think it's great. And going forward, I think it is going to be even better. There was a lot, and I'm sure it's made other work for on other policies and things like that. So I do appreciate everything that has been done, and I think it's great strides in where we came from and to where we are at this point in time. And I do appreciate the fact that, you know, administration will still have it on their radar going forward. So it will continue on. So thanks.
Councillor Kennett. I'm good. You want to close? Good. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're down to hearings. We got a notice of motion. We probably got time enough to do our notice of motion before in the next 9 minutes. I think we can do that. So we're going to go down to item number 8.1, introduction of notice of motion. This will be you, Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. My understanding is I'm just introducing this today, so I don't know, Ms. Rodwell, do I need to read it? Okay.
So there'll be no just for clarification, no debate, no vote. All we're doing is hearing what your motion is, sir.
Okay. As per the background, on July 21st, at our special meeting of council, we passed the following motion to receive KPMG's forensic audit report for information under the Access to Information Act. And that was moved by Councillor Moore, and the motion is included in the report. The report found that the allegations of corruption were not substantiated. However, there were some deficiencies found in regard to patterns of non-compliance with internal procurement policies and procedures. And it is important for council to recognize that administration has addressed some of the issues, while others are in progress and some still need to be resolved. With this report costing approximately $800,000, Red Deer County residents deserve more than a brief one-time statement. It is also imperative that the public and industry have trust in Red Deer County's procurement process. In order to restore that trust, an update from administration is required regarding our procurement policies and procedures and how our municipality is working towards greater accountability, transparency, and compliance monitoring. So my motion would be that the Red Deer County Council direct administration to create an action and implementation plan, and that the document should address all the deficiencies identified in KPMG's forensic audit report and identify how each deficiency has been or is proposed to be addressed, including the estimated resource requirements. It should also include a reporting schedule to update council on progress. The action and implementation plan is to be presented at the November 12th, 2025 council meeting for discussion and further direction from council.
Okay, thank you. So that's all we do with that today. Looking today, right now we're at 12:53. We have a public hearing not until 1:30. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to declare this meeting in recess. This is a time for a public hearing. So if you're in the audience or online, this is the opportunity for you to give your views to council. It's not a forum for debate, it's a forum for you to let us know your views. So basically the process will be after administration reads out the report in an orderly fashion, I'd like you just to come forward and I'll try to be able to have you say your name and where you're from. For those of you that are online, just please try to get a hold of administration through the chat function. We only have one bylaw before us today, and that's bylaw number 1002/2025G. And this is a amendment land use bylaw redesignation from ag to C3. And just let everyone know that we may or not make a decision today, depending on the complexity of the information that we receive. So I guess the first thing we'll do is we'll have administration read out this bylaw. Yes, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So this application or this presentation is to hold a public hearing for bylaw number 1002/2025-G to redesignate 2.78 hectares from the agricultural district to the highway commercial district on part of the Southeast 5 37-27-4 and potentially considering second and third reading for the bylaw as well. So on July 8th, Council did grant first reading to this bylaw, and the intent of the application is to redesignate a portion of the lands to facilitate future subdivision, which would create 2 lots for commercial and or industrial uses. The redesignation does reflect the Junction 42 local area structure plan, and the parcel is located in Junction 42, 2.2 kilometers east of the town of Penhold. The parcel is accessed from Long Haul Way, which is a paved internal subdivision road, and the surrounding lands are a mixture of agricultural, business service industrial, medium industrial, and highway commercial uses. A subdivision application is in process, which will be coming forward if this bylaw passes. Currently both parcels are bare, but are in the process of being developed under the county. The parcel, as mentioned, is located in Junction 42 and is designated as commercial or light industrial. And it's also located within the Red Deer County and Town of Penhold Intermunicipal Development Plan and is identified as county growth area. The application was referred to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners. It was also published, a public notice was published online and in the county news. And to date, there were no written comments or concerns in regards to this application. So dependent on the information received during the public hearing today, the decision is relative to that information to either grant second and third reading to bylaw 1002/2025G or refer the decision on second reading pending receipt of further information as requested by council. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Is there anyone in the audience or online that wishes to provide information or address this council? For a second time, is there anyone in the audience or online that wishes to address council? Is there anyone online, Ms. Hankey? There's no one online, and I take it, sir, that you're not wanting to make a presentation. I'm going to, for the third and final time, I'm going to declare no, I won't declare it yet, because I need to have one more thing happen. I need to ask council, are there any questions of administration on this matter? Councillor Massier.
2 questions. One is process. I just watched online there a little bit, and there's a time delay. And so when you ask for, is there anyone who would like to speak, by the time they actually hear you ask for that, some time has gone by. So the process, are we okay with that? Is the time delay significant enough that by the time they actually hear it on Zoom, they have a chance to respond before you've already gone third reading? Or if you want to speak, do you have to use the Zoom mechanism, which is instant? And so I'm just curious on the process, if they can help me.
Ms. Hankey, can you help us out?
Yes, thank you. When we advertise for the public hearing, we do include a Zoom webinar information if you're wishing to speak. And so we have that active. So anyone wishing to speak, that's in real time.
There.
What you're watching online through the Zone or other means is about a 30-second delay.
Okay.
But the public hearing notice does have the link to speak in real time.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. My question, as you asked if I had any questions of admin, would be, why just this little piece rezoning from ag to industrial when we know a lot of that other land is not going to stay farmed, especially when there's no topsoil left?
Through the Assistant
Go ahead.
CEO to Mayor and members of council. So we want to be able to remain flexible to any potential developers that are coming in. So we rezone per parcel depending on how much land a developer might want. Because if we were to do the whole thing as highway commercial and we get a developer who wants light industrial, then we need to go through the rezoning process all over again. And so that can be cumbersome if we have to keep redoing it based on the needs that we're seeing or the potential interest that we're coming in. So we rezone as we go.
And please help the newbie on the floor, but is there not an area structure plan already in place that says what the future usage of this land will be?
The local area structure plan identifies it as commercial and or light industrial. So we have options.
We don't
to
know
do
which one it is. Oh, it's so good to work here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. This is our opportunity to council to make a decision if we choose. We are looking for second reading. Councillor DePalm.
I would move second reading to bylaw 1002/2025G per alternatives 4A.
Any discussion? Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor Wood. I definitely speak in favour of second reading. It looks like there may be something coming along here, which will be exciting for Junction 42 as we wish success in this area. Thank you.
Any other comments? All those in favor of second reading? Carried unanimously. Looking for a third reading, Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move third reading at this time.
No, just third reading.
Sorry, move third reading.
Okay, discussion on third reading. You know what? It's exciting to be this point, because when we get to this point, we know there's something happening, and there's always something happening at Junction 42. We're the biggest truck stop coming in Western Canada, and you know what? It's kind of neat to see that people are wanting to invest in our truck stop, and we know that these types of subdivisions help us continue to make this big truck stop happen. And I've been seeing a lot of dirt moving around there lately, so I got a pretty good idea what this portion of it's for, anyways. But it's just great. So all those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. It's been carried unanimously. Looks like we're out of agenda, folks. Councillor Moore.
I would move that we adjourn at 1:39.
All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. We have a governance and priorities committee.